Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting of April 9th, 2024. Can I welcome to the people in the audience and as well as the people watching from home. Can I please have the roll call?
Mayor Sidney.
Present.
Revimo.
Present.
Councillor Legree.
Present.
Councillor McWhorter.
Present.
Councillor McDonald.
Present.
Councillor Zawalski.
Present.
Councillor Dick.
Present.
Mayor Sidney, we have quorum.
Thank you very much. As we gather, we would like to acknowledge on behalf of council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all of the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Can I please have you stand for O Canada? Any declarations of interest? Hearing and seeing none. Oh, sorry. I didn't see that.
I'd like to declare a declaration of interest on D31. It's to do with the terms of reference for the Recreational Fundraising Committee, which I happen to chair.
Great, thank you. Announcements and community events. I have a couple of announcements. On Sunday, the town of Renfrew lost a pretty pivotal leader in our community, Bill Gaye, who was on council for from 94 to 97, again from 2000 to 2006, and from 2008 to 2010. Great community leader. I had a lot of involvement with him when I had my previous career. On behalf of council, I want to extend our deepest sympathy to his wife and family. He would be sadly missed, but we thank him for all the great many services that he has done, including committees and his involvement in the community. So I just want to take a minute to recognize that. And if anybody's wondering why the flags are flying at half-mast, that's in honor of Bill until his service next Saturday. Also, I would like to just take a moment to highlight somebody that is leaving us on Friday. I think we all want to, grab him by the ankles and keep him here, but we respect that he's moving on to other things. Our communications coordinator, Rudy Cadlick, is leaving us to pursue other options. We wish him the utmost of success, and I know being closer to your young family is really important, and we accept that and agree, but I think we're all not bitter, but we're all just a little, just a little, we're going to miss you. You're a great asset to the team, and, I'm definitely going to miss you. Any other community announcements or events? Hearing and seeing none. Moving on to presentation. I would like to invite C.S. Murray to come up and present on our multiculturalism. Yeah. Sure. Kelly, do you want to do an introduction?
Thank you, through you, Chair. A little unprepared, usually have things written down. So we were really happy to have worked with Kate Monahan and Becky Wright. The grant that was received by the town, again, don't have my points in front of me, it was a couple of years ago, was to be used for community support, multiculturalism, and anti-racism initiatives. So we were able to contract Milestone Consulting, and Becky then brought in Kate to work with us, and they have done an incredible job on the deliverables for the grant, and we've seen some great community projects come out of it, including the mural at the Visitor Information Center. And so I am going to pass this over to them to do their final report.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thanks so much for having us. I appreciate it. We'll start with the next slide, please. All right, so plan for the next few minutes. I'll give you a brief overview of what we were tasked to do through this project, the timeline, and some of our highlights from the last 5 months. And then where I'd like to spend a little bit more time is our highlights from the proposed 3-year roadmap, which I realize you haven't seen yet, but there is a draft that I'll talk through, and then I'll tell you how you'll get your hands on a final copy. Next slide, please. There will be time at the end if you do have any questions or feedback. So based on the RFP that Kelly mentioned for consulting services that the town published for the Community Support, Multiculturalism, and Anti-Racism Initiatives Grant, so we're calling it SISMARI, we developed a proposal to complete and deliver the following. The actual development of what we could deliver in the time that we had. This included everything from an environmental scan to identifying equity, diversity, inclusivity, and accessibility related services, supports, and programs, virtual and in-person community focus group sessions. Some of you were present for those, thank you very much, as well as ongoing conversations with key stakeholders. It also included gathering information about existing talent, expertise, and partnerships in town, developing a strategy to leverage these assets effectively to support the town's community support, multiculturalism, and anti-racism initiatives and objectives, and a laddered training approach for existing municipal staff, as well as onboarding for eventual new hires. We planned community-focused programming, like the cultural exchange event on March 9th, and then the community art installation at the Visitor Information Center. And we also planned for a review of existing policies to provide recommendations, which, as we will discuss shortly, includes the creation of a workplace inclusion charter for proposed adoption by the town and by individual local businesses. And then finally, with all of that work planned and accomplished under Task 1, we drafted what I will say is a practical and sustainable 3-year roadmap, and we're here this evening presenting those highlights to you. So there is, as I said, this draft of the report circulating. We'll have a formal final version to Kelly and to Janine that will be much prettier than the Word version that currently exists and can be excerpted and posted to the website as you see fit for sharing with the public. Next slide, please. So we did accomplish quite a bit in a really short amount of time. On November 6th, that contract was awarded to Milestone Scheduling and Consulting, and we held our first set of focus groups in person at the Visitor Information Center on November 16th. It was a really good turnout, and we got some really great feedback that I'll chat about in just a bit. On December 1st, we held our second and third focus groups, and by just before the holidays, we submitted reports from those focus groups, an asset map, which I'll talk a little bit more about, and then the plan for staff training. On January 31st, we held our first community workshop with Jimmy Baptiste of Atelier Dopamine for the mural, and then a few weeks later, the mural design was revealed, and we had a few council and the mayor there. On February 22nd, we had staff training with the local immigration partnership. So 35 municipal staff have completed the online and in-person sessions, at least as of the last time I checked. March 4th, the painting started. The draft of the integrated plan, which I'm providing highlights from tonight, were delivered to Kelly and Janine. We hosted the March 9th cultural exchange event at the MyFM Center. March 15th, Jimmy wrapped up his painting, and then March 31st, the grant ended, and we are here tonight on April 9th. Next slide, please. So we have a number of the more photographable moments from the project, including the first workshop that we did with Jimmy out at the Visitor Information Center, and then the original proposed drawing that he brought to us a few weeks later. We had some pictures of the painting in process, the cultural exchange event, and then ultimately the completed mural. So. Awesome, thank you. Next slide, please. So here's where I wanted to spend a little bit more time, and it is tiny compared to, so hopefully you've got that in front of you. The proposed roadmap outlines a framework aiming at promoting Renfrew as an inclusive place to live and work. And so we're looking at community programming, we're highlighting the town's multiculturalism, and we're developing anti-oppression initiatives, and that's what we've aimed to do. So as you heard and discussed back in November when the grant came up at one of these meetings, the primary objective of this roadmap is to create that inclusive environment. We want every individual to feel valued, to feel respected, and to feel included. So we've built our recommendations in this draft report around the three main pillars. So community support or community engagement and support, multiculturalism, and anti-racism, which we've really expanded to look at anti-discrimination, anti-oppression initiatives. Under the community support banner, we received a lot of good information when we held that first focus group. We probably had 25 folks from various organizations and just residents of the community. And as a result, we made some recommendations to address concerns that organizations may be duplicating, or on the flip side, may be missing altogether support efforts for vulnerable groups and their unique needs and challenges. There was also an ask for more transparency about the results of this project. So I'll talk through both of those. So to the idea of more transparency about this project, we've proposed, and I believe there are already plans in place, to create dedicated space on the town's website for SISMARI resources. We've also proposed including a short highlight in the town's monthly newsletter on a diverse holiday, or a community member with consent, of course, or a business. So the intention there is to highlight what the town is doing to frame inclusivity and diversity, equity, and accessibility as something that's positive and achievable with really small steps. We're also proposing that the town follow up those monthly newsletter blurbs with some social media posts, and we've provided content suggestions for these in the appendices of the report that I've mentioned. We've also proposed hiring or dedicating a part-time staff person or summer student to support and coordinate efforts between organizations listed on the asset map. So again, you'll have a chance to see that shortly. Act as a concierge for newcomers to Renfrew, sort of the welcome wagon idea, and create content for the website, newsletter, social media around SISMARI initiatives. We recognize that the communications manager, well, is, I guess, leaving, but is also rather busy. So these were specific suggestions that came out of the focus group. I'll speak to, under the community support, I'll speak to the Workplace Inclusion Charter in just a moment. So under multiculturalism promotion, the cultural exchange event on March 9th, in collaboration with the local immigration partnership, was really well received by both the vendors and by residents alike. We've gotten some really lovely feedback. And with that, we've also helped to integrate multicultural perspectives at the Visitor Information Center with the mural. So to continue all of that work, we've made some recommendations to implement educational campaigns to raise awareness about diverse cultures, about histories, as well as program ongoing multicultural events, festivals, activities, to celebrate really the richness that exists here in Renfrew. So to this end, we recommend remaining a sponsoring member of the local immigration partnership's Cultural Connect, or Cultural Connect initiative. So the town is already through this project, a gold level sponsor of the LIP. And that really gives you access to their support to help and execute on planning these kinds of events. It also gives you the access to all of their training, which has been invaluable. Under anti-racism and anti-oppression initiatives, in collaboration with the LIP, we've implemented cultural awareness training for municipal staff. The roadmap includes recommendations for ongoing training for staff, residents, and businesses about unconscious bias, systemic racism, and microaggressions. We've also proposed an inclusion charter, which I mentioned I'd talk about a little bit more. So we're recommending that this inclusion charter be adopted by the town, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Renfrew Business Improvement Area, with recommendations to encourage individual businesses to adopt the charter over a 3-year period. So the purpose of a workplace inclusion charter, and to note, cities like Belleville have these in place as well. It's really to promote employment practices to encourage the use of tools that will improve diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in the workplace, and it will also spark action that begins in the workplace but then spills out and continues into the community. What I would like to say about the Workplace Inclusion Charter is it really encourages goal setting that is appropriate for each individual business. We're not saying that there's some sort of blanket set of goals that a business should try to be achieving. So we're hoping for individual businesses deciding on what's best for them, and the municipality itself deciding on what's best for them. And our report includes language and links and resources to help guide this process. What we're recommending for you as the town, as part of the Workplace Inclusion Charter adoption, should you decide to do that, is putting back into place the inclusivity team to sit for 1 year. So members of community council and potentially this staff person or summer student hired to support SISMARI efforts could sit on the committee or the team to guide the town's efforts. We would recommend that Bonachère, Algonquin First Nation would need representation on this team as well. And one of the first goals could be to develop a formal long-term plan to identify and remove systemic barriers in the town of Renfrew's policies, programs, and services. And we've got recommendations in the report as well. From a training perspective, we encourage counselors and municipal staff to complete the online training we launched with the LIP. It's called Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging. And for those counselors and municipal staff who missed the in-person training, Introduction to Intercultural Competency, we encourage them to sign up for a version with the LIP that's coming up on June 5th on Zoom. We've also included a laddered training program in our report as the town's commitment to ongoing learning in these areas. There's also the possibility of extending these kinds of training sessions to the public. So LIP training events could be promoted by the town through social media or in your monthly newsletter. You may also consider offering something called bystander training. This gives members of the public the tools that they would need to interrupt instances of discrimination if they see it or if they hear it or if they're witnessing it on local social media, for instance. And then finally, our last recommendation that I don't think I've mentioned yet, there have been a number of municipalities over the last 10 years that have engaged in training a more diverse set of representatives or residents to run for town council. And so that is something that the town could consider doing for the 2026 municipal election, and we've provided some resources and some recommendations in there as well. Next slide, please. So we've included budget estimates. I think this comes out to about $45,000 in total. We've also included funding options as they currently stand. So we understand that municipal budgets are tight, and we recommend regularly checking in with the funding agencies that are proposed in the report. These figures are currently based on 2023 pricing or hourly wages for similar sorts of roles like the communications assistant, and also based on amounts that we spent during the project. Next slide, please. We really appreciate all of your input and the time that you've given us. We've really appreciated this opportunity to work with the town of Renfrew. We're super grateful to Kelly and Janine for all of their insight throughout this project and their good humor and goodwill. And so I think with that, we've got time for questions and feedback.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions from council? Councillor Legree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney. Great presentation, so thank you. Just have a question with the, I'm not sure if I missed it or not, but the municipal staff training part of it. So every staff member in the town is doing the training currently?
That was the intention, yes.
And there was, sorry, 35?
I
that
believe
did it.
35, at least as of the last time I checked.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Andrew Dick?
Thank you. Can you hear me? There we go. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Sidney. Quick question. I think this will go to Director Thompson. This is just a proposed budget. Like, this isn't locked in stone. Council, it's going to have to come back to council for debate, discussion, all that stuff.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Yes. So this is their recommendations. We'll get the report. We'll make sure it's circulated, and then we'll start coming back with, for example, the inclusion charter. That'll come to committee of the whole as a, an option for council to adopt, and then we'll do it in sections. So this is, if there's anything that we feel for the 2025 budget, we'll bring that forward. So yeah.
Anything else? Revimo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, thank you very much for the presentation. Is there the opportunity to, pull this closer? Sorry, I forget to do that all the time. Thank you. So is there the opportunity to work more closely with the local initiative, the Lanark Renfrew, because I know that they partnered with, I'll say Prescott Russell for the lack of a better descriptor, Ottawa, and I think 3 others. And they produced a strategy for, and I'm only going from memory, a strategy for recruitment and retention. Will this fit in under that, or is that something we have to provide the linkage to?
We can connect you with the local immigration partnership. That is work that they do, and so maybe I'll connect Director Thompson. Make sure I get your last name right. Connect the two of you to make sure that work can get done. That's I can't answer in terms of payment and all of that. I am not affiliated with the LIP, but they can definitely work through that.
Director Thompson?
These 3, Mayor. Just to follow up, review. The library has also been working with LIP, and we're actually working right now with the settlement agent for the area through LIP, with the new families and some of the other initiatives. So definitely we can look at what other resources are available and how we can work more closely with them.
Thank you. That's because I think part of it is to attract people to live here, but at the same time, multiple sectors across our community, our larger community and our smaller community, are expressing difficulties in attracting a labor force, and then also some of our smaller businesses are looking for possibly someone to purchase them because they can no longer count on family, passing them to family. And so I think, we need to attract more people to the area, and this is one means of doing that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I just want to take the moment to thank you. The events that you did and the community engagements that you did were fantastic. The Multicultural Day, I think it's just the beginning of some great things. And it really did highlight the fact that Renfrew does have multicultural in it, and I think this is the great first steps to moving us forward in a positive and welcoming environment. So I think this is crucial, and you did a fabulous job. So thank you for everything that you did. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to reports. Development, Environment, and Engineering. Councillor MacDonald, do you have anything you would like to say about the committee?
Thank you, Mayor. Probably the last one. The Development, Environment, and Engineering Committee met this past Tuesday, the 2nd of April, at 10 a.m. As a quick recap, Councillor McWhirter and myself were involved with the following. Under planning, 2 minor zoning bylaws amendments at 6 Bank Street North and 8 Argyle Street South. and the Rocky Mountain House patio. They were all approved. Under engineering, asset management steering team, the second one was a notice of town surplus lands for Gibbons and O'Brien Road, and request for proposals for real estate services, and they were all approved too. So back to you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Moving on to D.2.1, which is a public meeting. So I am going to, we will now declare the public meeting portion of this agenda open. At this time, I will ask staff to read the recitals and provide their report on the matters being considered. I'll turn it over to Director Withers.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. And through you, just a few recitals we're required to read before public meetings. So the purpose of this meeting is to obtain public comments on the applications on the agenda tonight in accordance with Planning Act requirements. And just appreciating also this might be the first time some members of council have heard these remarks. They'll be more familiar to others. Applications are considered strictly on the basis of applicable policy, which staff evaluate in their report and recommendation on the matter. For each application on the agenda, the applicant or their authorized agent will be given the opportunity, if desired, to briefly explain to the committee the nature of their application, to answer any questions that may arise during the hearing. All members of the public in attendance who wish to provide oral comments with respect to the application will have the opportunity to address council, in this case, following the presentation by the owner and/or agent. Any and all comments and information submitted, whether orally or in writing, including identifying information, becomes part of the public record. It could be made publicly available at any point, including on the town's website and other electronic forms of publication in accordance with Planning Act requirements. Before speaking, just a note, anyone providing comments is asked to clearly state their name and address for the record and provide their contact information on the sign-in sheet that's just on the table there. Applicants, agencies, and third parties that comment in writing before a decision is made, either orally or orally at a public meeting, are entitled to appeal the decision of the Town of Renfrew to the Ontario Land Tribunal. If you wish to be notified of the decision of the Corporation of the Town of Renfrew in respect of the matters being heard today, you must make a written request to the town prior to a decision being made. So that's tonight, in all likelihood. Or indicate your request to receive notice on the meeting sign-in sheet, so that would be the easier way to do it. Instructions for filing an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal will be contained on the notice of decision. I can confirm that the required notice for all applications on the agenda this evening was given in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. I will read the motion at this time. Thank you.
So I will read the motion. The Renfrew Town Council approve application number D-14-152, zoning bylaw amendment for lands known municipally as 249 Raglan Street South, having roll number as 47-48-000-035-10400. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor McDonald, seconder. Councillor Legree. I will now turn it back over to staff for the report.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So I'll review some staff comments on the application, and then following that, there'll be an opportunity for the applicant or their agent to provide any comments or respond to any questions, as the case may be, and then an opportunity for any other members of the public who wish to speak on the application. So the matter this evening, again, as you've already heard, is with respect to lands known municipally as 249 Raglan Street South. Won't read the roll number again. The purpose of the proposed amendment is to rezone the lands to the base commercial zone, the C1 zone, that's common in the downtown area, to facilitate its reuse for commercial and residential purposes consistent with the permitted uses in the downtown commercial official plan designation. And specifically, the applicant proposes to continue the commercial use of the main floor while adding, and I'll just note an adjustment to this report here. It says 9. That was based on a previous rendering that was going off the top of my head when writing this report. It's actually 6 that they're adding, in addition to 1 existing, for a total of 7 units, not the 9 that's shown there. The residential units will be on the 2nd and 3rd floors, in the clock tower being the 3rd floor of the existing building, and no additional building construction or expansion is proposed at this time, the interior retrofit only. And I don't know if I mentioned, this is for the post office. Not everyone knows what the municipal address represents. This is the post office property. Thanks. The parking lot and the balance of the property are proposed to remain as is and are sufficient to accommodate the proposed use. Submitted site plan and floor plans are included as appendices A and B, respectively. I won't go into too much detail on the subject lands. Again, the remaining as is. It's about a half an acre. Fronts on Raglan Street South, backs on Pond Street South. Currently zoned community facility, which is the existing zone that permits the post office use, and of course reflected the historical ownership by the town. Currently, it's a 3-story property with a mix of commercial and a single residential unit, believe it or not, the postmaster's quarters. The property is designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. That means a heritage permit will be required. It will follow under separate cover. A subsequent council meeting, we're anticipating April 23rd. Surrounding land uses are basically the same as what's being proposed. So from a policy perspective and from terms of public consultation, we've received no public comments in writing to date. There are no outstanding concerns from circulating departments of agencies. The application does conform to policies in the designation, the county and the town official plans. The zoning is considered to be appropriate for the current and proposed uses of the property, going from the CF to the C1 zones. And I will note that there is an existing temporary use bylaw, bylaw 89/2023. It's a temporary use bylaw that permits a restaurant patio on the lands, will no longer be required and will be rescinded along with this zoning bylaw amendment. So with all that being said, staff are satisfied that the application conforms to and is consistent with policy, applicable policy, and we are recommending that this application be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant or their agent wish to comment on this application?
Not unless there's happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this application? Hearing none. Are there any questions from members of the committee or council? Councillor Andrew Dick.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I do apologize. I think I'm okay, but when in doubt, I'm going to declare a pecuniary interest on this issue. When I first read it, I thought I'd be okay, but just to be safe, I'm declaring I'm not going to vote on this. I'm not going to discuss this in any manner. So, Clerk Garrett, if we could take care of that. I do apologize to everybody, but the more Director Withers talked about it, the more I was like, I better back off this. So, thank you.
Yeah, respect that. Any other questions from council? Revimo?
Yes, I'm in favor of this, but just to clarify parking, I've had some comments from the community asking about whether there's sufficient parking.
Director?
Yes, thank you. There is sufficient parking. The calculation's been done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? My comment is that it's nice to see. I think we all agree that housing is definitely needed, and it's a good use of that beautiful historic building, and I commend you for taking that on, and thank you for that. With that, all in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. Thank you. You will receive notice of decision. So yeah. This concludes the public meeting. Thank members of the public for coming. Or
They should sign their sheet.
what's that?
They should sign.
And just make sure you sign the sheet if anybody was here for that, just so that we know you were here. Great, thank you. Moving on to D.2.2. That Renfrew Town Council approve entering into an encroachment agreement with the Rocky Mountain House with respect to the use of a portion of the public highway known as Raglan Street South for the installation of an outdoor patio. The property located at 314 Raglan Street South, having a roll number of 47-48-000-030-0100. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Sabalski. I will turn it over to the Director for an update.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, and through you. So this is a very straightforward application. It's to permit a restaurant patio, formerly the Coco Jerry's site. The new operator wishes to put the same patio in and requires an agreement. Nick had retired last year, so wasn't able to take advantage of our new framework. That doesn't require you to come every year, so this is kind of a one-time shot unless the configuration of the patio changes. Otherwise, they'll just be required to submit insurance and the fee on an annual basis. If there are any questions, be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Great. Any questions from council? Revimo?
Yeah, again, in favor of this. I like what it does. And just curious, even though they don't have to come back every year, will there be some kind of an inspection annually or a walk-by with this one and others?
Yeah, thank you. We will be monitoring the patios, and in some cases, they require building permits, so there is that extra check and balance. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from council? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you, council. Moving on to D.2.3. That Renfrew Town Council accept and adopt the 2023 Annual Water, Wastewater, and Storm Systems Report. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McWhirter. I will turn it over to our Manager of Environment.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. You may have recognized some of these reports, the ones prepared by Aqua from last year. We reported them around this time as well, and the historical reports are on our website under the Water and Wastewater page. It's a requirement by law under OREG 17003 that an annual report be prepared. So for the two reports, one for the water and one for the wastewater, there was no items of really any significant note. The drinking water report did highlight the two non-compliances that were issued by the MECP that we've already discussed when I presented to you the MECP's inspection, but those have since been addressed adequately to the MECP's approval. New this year is two reports for the Consolidated Linear Infrastructure Environmental Compliance ECA, and that is for the sewage collection system, so the actual sewer system in the ground, and as well as the storm system. Late last year, many municipalities in the province received new Consolidated Linear Infrastructure ECAs so that the towns or our developers didn't have to do pipe-by-pipe ECAs for every single project, for every single street. So there is some requirements of these new ECAs that are going to be coming down the line in the next couple of years. The first of that requirement is a annual report, which are these annual reports. Aqua will be doing the sewage collection report going forward as they are now managing that system, but the town will continue to do the stormwater management system report, and of course you'll see those in the future. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Great, thank you. Any questions from council? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, council. Moving on to D.2.4, Asset Management Steering Team. That Renfrew Town Council adopt the Asset Management Steering Team term of reference. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Legree. Which one? I'll turn it over to you.
Yep, so the Asset Management Steering Team, the idea is to reestablish a team that was previously in place, made up of members of staff and coordinating our asset management program, ensuring periodic updates on our asset management activities, and ensuring coordination between departments. So the idea is to inform our 10 and 20-year capital plan based on our asset management plan, and starting now to meet the requirements for asset management for 2025.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Revimo?
Yes, I'm just wondering if with the after number 13, general responsibilities, two things. One is monitoring of, if there could be consideration of monitoring grants and grant opportunities. I think specifically of FCM and their green fund, it changes every so often, and there may be more asset management funding coming out at some point through the province. So I was just wondering if that's a consideration. And then another item would be, would there be consideration to hosting an area asset management meeting once a year or so with the 6 adjoining municipalities to see if there's any collaboration in terms of training, in terms of joint tenders, just, in terms of maybe even having our asset management team be the asset management team for some of the smaller municipalities. So I'm just wondering if there's any consideration to those points.
Who's going? I'll go. Oh, you're going to go?
How about I go?
You go.
So just to note that the composition is both engineering and that team, asset management team, but also the finance team. So under 9, help inform the 10 and 20-year capital plan, including feedback on funding strategies. So I think that's, to the Reeves point, that would include FCM-related points. And although not the team, but I think in terms of working with our colleagues, I know one of the reports is on my to-do list is coming back on the LEG initiative, the local efficiency group that had the 6 or 7 municipalities on the east side of the county working together on a variety of things that we could potentially work with the rest of our municipal partners to bring forward. I know that there are a number on the CAO call recently that we talked about asset management and how we can share resources or share best practices or share expertise, so we can totally take that under advisement and see what the other municipalities, when they're ready to kind of come together and share our knowledge and kind of our to-do list. But yes, funding is an important part of the 10 and 20-year capital plans, and we'll continue to monitor grant opportunities. There's also a report coming on the federal gas tax that Victoria is working on that we'll bring forward in the coming weeks, just to update council on what that fund is, what it can fund, and how we've used the money. So that would be another example of how we've used senior level funding to fund important asset management work.
Great. Review.
Thank you. And one final point, and this is not meant to detract from anybody's ability. I'm wondering if there's consideration given to rotating the chair amongst this group just for succession planning and to expose various chairs, various staff members to reporting back to the senior management team and or to, accompanying council when there's applications or delegations to federal or provincial members, because I think that might be a part of what this chair would do.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, I think that's a great idea. I'm always up for giving folks opportunities to kind of exercise their administrative capabilities. So it might be a great idea to rotate the chair. Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, council. Moving on to D.2.5, notice of potential surplus of town-owned properties, Gibbons Road and O'Brien Road. And the motion is that the Development, Environment and Engineering Committee recommend that Renfrew Town Council direct staff to provide public notice of potential surplus and future sale of the following parcels: Gibbons Road, roll call number 47480000201751, and O'Brien Road, roll number 47480000201540. I hope I got all those zeros because my glasses aren't the greatest. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor McWhirter. Turn it over to, Director.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Sidney. We'll get the real estate coordinator to take the next one. All right, so this particular report is with respect to 2 parcels of land that we would like council's consideration for issuing notice of intent to deem surplus. The Gibbons Road site's about 7 acres in area right beside the Days Inn. It is currently a vacant site with highway exposure, water and sanitary is available, and of course it's in the Bryan commercial area with good access to the highway. Then we also have the O'Brien Road site known as the Pines. It's about 3/4 of an acre, fully treed. There is drainage and hydro running down the middle of the site. There are some infrastructure constraints, and the site will need to be ultimately designed to consider those factors. The properties are illustrated on Appendix A. The reason they're being brought before council this evening and at this time is because the County of Renfrew has recently advised local municipalities of its intent to coordinate a joint expression of interest for the development of affordable housing. They've asked for, for municipal lands to include in the expression of interest, and these are two particular properties that were identified through the town's Attainable Housing Action Plan that was finalized last September, and we thought it was a good idea to consider including these two properties for the potential development of affordable housing, so we are making that submission to council. In terms of the steps in the disposal process, this is step one being the issuance of notice of intent to deem land surplus, followed by a due diligence period and an appraisal will be undertaken. There will be a report coming back to council with a recommendation to deem the land surplus if it is in fact appropriate to do so, and then follow that with a fourth step of actually disposing of the property through whatever means is considered appropriate. In this case, we are going to be likely recommending an expression of interest given it's a larger and more complex development. If there are any questions, be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Any questions from council? Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, through you. So I don't agree with the Gibbons Road site. I think it's too early to deem this surplus. It's the 417 hasn't been expanded there. I know you threw in affordable housing, but let's be honest, you're not going to throw a whole bunch of affordable housing out on a double lane of 417. So yeah, that's just not going to happen. So I don't even know why that would have been brought up. There's no way you're putting affordable housing out there. I just think it's too early to deem this land surplus. I think it's high valued land, and I think as soon as the 417 comes through, we've all saw the 10-year, 15, 20-year projects of what's happening with roads in Byne there. I think it's just going to be a better parcel of land in years to come, and so I won't be supporting this. So CEO Tremblay, I don't know if we cut it in half, or am I just voting no on the whole? Because I'm okay with the Pines being surplused, so I don't know if we want to cut this in half. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say my piece, and I'm good. Thanks. Thanks, Mayor Sidney.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Cebulski.
Thank you. Through the chair to Director Withers, the infrastructure that lies down Gibbons Road for a potential development, and I agree with Councillor Andrew Dick that it's a little soon, but do we have the proper infrastructure to put, say, high-rises there? Do we? What's it going to take to put something like that there, and how much time would it take to fix it if we don't?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor City. So that's kind of part of the process through the expression of interest. The site has to be evaluated to determine what density is appropriate for that. So it does have water and sewer there. In terms of the sizing, that would be part of the engineering investigations that have to take place. So it's, again, very early stages, and the expression of interest process will kind of bear that out in terms of what can go there. Thank you.
Yeah. Just a follow-up, if we were to put this out for an expression of interest and we get something a little bit different than obtainable housing, would we review that as well?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So this is specifically an expression of interest for affordable housing, so we're anticipating that anything we get through the process is going to be at least housing related. That said, there is certainly the potential for, for mixed use. It depends on what the value proposition of each proposal that comes forward. So ideally, we have a number of proposals and some creative proposals that include a variety of different kind of options when it comes to how to generate and offset the costs that are associated with providing housing below market. So whether that's done through a component that is market housing, whether that's done through like commercial, a mixed use component that generates revenue. So we're going to have to see what comes in. Of course, it'll come to council for consideration at that time. Thank you.
CEO Tremblay?
If I can just clarify, this is only like step one of a three-step process. This is just council saying, yeah, go out and hear from the public on whether or not we should declare these parcels surplus. The second part is once we get that public consultation, a recommendation coming forward from staff to whether or not to declare. And then the piece that Eric was just talking about in terms of an expression of interest, that when we come back and should we declare it surplus, we would get council to authorize how we would dispose of it. And in this case, we're basically saying we do an expression of interest, which is what council has told us to do on the Ready property and on the 7th Street property. So today, you're basically only authorizing us to go out and hear from the public. We come back with whether or not to declare it surplus and whether to proceed to an expression of interest. We would do the expression of interest, and after the expression of interest, we would come back to council on whether or not to sell the parcel to who based on what we would get in terms of interest. So I just want to cart horse kind of analogy here. Really, we're only seeking authority to consult the public on whether or not to declare these two parcels surplus to the town's needs.
Councillor Gray?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I'm not sure who wants to take it, Director or CEO. I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure. So if we put this out as an expression of interest, we get 3 people come back to us, we don't have to take any of them 3. If it's not the right fit, if we don't feel it's the right fit for the town, we can just say no and start back over, correct?
Certainly, and just to reiterate my earlier point, you might not even get there. If you hear from the public, don't surplus these. Basically, we're only saying, hey, can we go and advertise and let people know we're looking at surplus? You can basically stall it at step 2, not declare it surplus at this time. The other thing you can do is you can declare it surplus, and to the points that have been raised, go through a competitive process at a later date, including the EIO. But yes, you would go through the expression of interest, and ultimately council would evaluate what comes in and decides if you want to sell or hold or go through another process.
Councilor McWhorter?
Councillor Gree asked my first question. My second one is, what is this zoned already for? Is it zoned commercial, residential, or industrial? Or because we'd have to go through that process also if it's not zoned properly. So there'd be another stop there for if that's the case.
Yeah, so it is in the commercial designation, the official plan, and it will need site-specific zoning in all likelihood. So it'll be a conversation with the county in terms of a redesignation and rezoning that's required for residential purposes. So that process needs to take place. Thank you.
Councillor Dick?
Okay, thank you, Mayor Sidney. Through you, I'm just going to throw out some more comments here. Once again, I'm going to state I don't like how affordable housing is being thrown into this to try and convince us to try and surplus this, because let's be honest, there is no way affordable housing is going out there, because people who need affordable housing, you're saying we're going to put affordable housing here maybe, but it's the farthest piece of land away from the hospital and doctor's offices. They have Walmart and they have the pharmacy there, and that's it. And then affordable housing, these people need to get uptown, they need to do things. So let's just throw that out the window, because that's just not feasible, and I don't think that's the place we're putting affordable housing. Also, again, I want to make a point to the other councillors here. We still have to fix Whitten Road. The roundabout's still going in there. The 417 expansion's coming. You were talking about putting an extension behind Canadian Tire and Walmart in 5 or 10 years. We are not, I don't want any, this is my thoughts, I don't want any man hours of our staff working on this anymore, because we are literally 5 years away from actually making a decision on this. So there's no sense of deeming it surplus, going to the public, doing anything about it, because in my opinion at this point in time, it's a waste of time. I think we're good now. Let's get everything fixed. Let's get this done and move on in life. Those are just my comments to my other councillors. Thank you.
Any other comments? So just to kind of reiterate the CAO's message, and hopefully I get it right. So what you're saying, Councillor Dick, is you're not in favor of even just going to the public?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. So.
Call the vote on 1 and 2 separately. Yes.
Okay. So I will read the motion again, that the Development, Environment and Engineering Committee recommend that Renfrew Town Council direct staff to provide public notice of the potential surplus of future sale of the following parcels. and I'll just break them down here. Number 1, Gibbons Road, roll number 47480000201751. All in favor?
Yeah, so it is carried, there is 4.
Thank you, Council. And I will go on to number 2.
Sorry, Mayor Sidney, I'd like to have my hand up and say opposed, if I'm allowed to do that. I know it was passed, but I'd still like the public to see I'm opposed to this.
Absolutely, yep.
Thank you.
Moving on to number 2, O'Brien Road. I'm not going to read the roll call. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Council. Moving on to D.2.6. The Renfrew Town Council received the request for proposals, real estate services report as information, and that staff be directed to proceed with the issuance of a request for proposals for real estate services. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McWhorter. I will turn it over to our real estate coordinator, or the director.
This is an education for him. So this report is, the idea here is we're hopefully trying to generate some additional efficiencies in how we procure various services. We started with the engineering function earlier this year. We're now considering the same model for standing offer agreement. With respect to real estate services, and real estate services would obviously include the purchase and sale of land, but also include land valuation through either a real estate agent or an appraisal. It would include the analysis of highest and best use of a particular property, and any financial analysis that might be considered appropriate when you're dealing with either commercial or industrial holdings. So we are recommending that Council direct staff at this time receive this report and then direct staff to proceed with a request for proposals for real estate services that will cover all of those matters. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions from Council? Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. Through you. So just to clarify, we did this with engineering departments, and you got, staff came to us, said, here are the 10 engineering firms. They've met every criteria we wanted, so we want to do the same with real estate. That way we're not constantly going out and trying to find real estate agents, correct?
Through you, that's absolutely correct. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions? Revimo?
Just a little bit of an explanation, if you don't mind, on 3A. The public notice, not the public notice piece. Yes, the public notice piece that talks about the consultation with utilities. Who is a utility?
Yes.
Ask that for a reason.
Sure, thank you. So that's just a general outline of the process for disposal of property. So it generally includes consultation with telecommunications, natural gas providers, hydro providers, generally any utility that outside of water and wastewater. So when we do a subdivision, there's what's called a composite utility plan. They usually utilize a common trench. So anything that ends up in that trench, we want to consider. Thank you.
Okay, so increasingly I'm aware that one of the energy gas providers is sending back comments when they're consulted that says something along the lines of, we're not going to comment now, but we reserve the opportunity to withdraw approvals. And my impression is they have basically no rights and should stay in their lane. So they have no ability to approve or to withdraw any kind of approval. Is that correct under the Planning Act?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Sidney. So yeah, under the Planning Act, that is a very common template letter that we get from, I believe I know the provider that you're referring to. And I think we generally consider it to be here are our comments, and we reserve the right to provide other comments at such time as we deem appropriate. Really the exercise, and under the Planning Act, you provide your comments, that's really your opportunity. And if you want to introduce new materials through an appeal or whatever, that's certainly your prerogative to do so. Really what we're talking about is this is an analysis of physical constraints on a property, so it really doesn't feed into to that process. But just to answer your question in terms of Planning Act comments. Thank you.
One more.
So I would hope if we get something worded where they are outside of their lane, that you bring it to council, and then we can authorize the mayor to send a note saying that they have no planning authority or whatever the wording is, because I think we need to push back on that.
Sure. Thank you. We'll note that. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Hearing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. D3, Corporate Finance and HR, the committee, that meeting was canceled, so we'll move on to D.3.1. The Recreation Fundraising Team's Terms of Reference, and I just want to take note that Councilor McWhorter did declare a conflict of interest on this one. And the motion is the Renfrew Town Council adopt the Recreation Fundraising Team's mandate in terms of reference as presented. Mover, please. Councilor Degree, seconded by Councilor Sabalski. I'll turn it over to the clerk.
Sorry. Okay, so just to give a little bit of background on this, the Recreation Fundraising Committee was originally founded in 1994 with the main objective to raise funds for the creation of additional recreation programs and opportunities that would normally be funded through municipal tax dollars. So kind of over the years, the group has been able to enhance recreation with both the purchase of equipment as well as partnerships for many of the recreation programs. So again, just giving you kind of a bit of a history of where it started. They operate with their own constitution, which is called the Recreation Fundraising Committee. Okay, and the group itself is comprised of an executive board as well as volunteer bartenders who are all SmartServe qualified. Okay, so the group itself runs the bar both at the MyFM Center as well as events that are happening in Mattaway Park. They've done great work over the years. They've aided to a lot of the different equipment that you've seen in the building. They've been huge supporters. So kind of where we are now, through an internal review of all boards and committees, it was determined that the Recreation Fundraising Committee doesn't currently meet the definition of committee under the town's procedural bylaw as well as within the Municipal Act. So myself as well as the team have been working with the executive board to kind of redefine what their group is while still ensuring that they maintain all the great work that they've been doing. So essentially, because the bartenders are volunteer, they are classified as a team, and so they've been kind of defined as a team under the town. And again, the terms of reference have been attached to the report. It gives both kind of a reference to their current constitution as well as fitting within the mandate that they continue to operate, do great work, support the town, support the recreation committee, or sorry, the recreation in general. So if anybody has any questions, please let me know.
Any questions? Councilor Degree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, not a question, don't worry. Just a comment. I just want to thank Councillor McWhorter and team for everything they've did. It's not easy running a bar, especially in today's world. So, and the money, like the clerk says, goes back into recreation activities and stuff. So we really appreciate that, and please thank all the team members.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Rebimo?
Missed it. So very quickly, just item 1.2. The territorial limits for membership in this committee shall be confined to Renfrew and the participating townships. I don't have a problem with that, but I thought there was a policy or a concern a few years ago because there were some members on committees and we had to ask them to resign. So I'm just wondering if anybody's aware of that. There's one person who's very vocal on social media right now who had to be asked to resign a while back.
So the item you're referring to is within the Constitution itself, correct?
Yes, it is, and it
Okay.
says within the report to maintain the, I'll just paraphrase, to maintain the spirit of the Constitution. So that's the only piece, just to get clarity on it. I don't care, and I think it's great, but just to have clarity.
Yeah. I'm not aware directly of the situation. However, I know with insurance, we've wanted to make sure that any of the volunteer bartenders are covered within the town's liability insurance. So unless something within the Constitution plays directly against that, I believe that there is no immediate concerns.
Okay, thank you.
To my knowledge, I don't know if there's any case law that says that people can't serve on bodies, internal or otherwise, because of where they geographically reside, that there's no residency requirement. There's no, oftentimes we'll see reference to electors of the town of Renfrew, but this is a team comprised of volunteer bartenders, and so we want qualified, dedicated volunteer bartenders, so I think we're fine from that perspective. What we're trying to do is reflect the Constitution that created this group, but be very clear in terms of our procedural bylaw on really what this team is, which is a bunch of volunteers doing great work, and then helping to inform the town about maybe how to invest some of those funds back into the community. But I'm not aware how we would apply in this specific instance, but we can take it back and look. Yep.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Sidney. And again, because it is noted within the Constitution itself, certainly something we can bring forward to the team, and that's something they can maybe review. If it's still showing in their Constitution, that might be something they want to either review, amend, or change.
Okay, and again, not trying to do anything other, and if you're amending the Constitution, I think in the last paragraph on page 1, directors is misspelled. So.
Any other questions or comments? I just have one comment. I think just it's important for the community to understand, you know, when we talk about this group and we say that the bartenders at the MyFM Center and any event at Mattaway Park, this group does not just give $50 for a basketball. This group gives hundreds of thousands of dollars back into recreational infrastructure. So we are very fortunate to have them. They do tremendous work as far as their commitment to investing in recreation. And again, I just want to reiterate, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars that's going back into Renfrew recreation. So I want to thank you for that and let them know that we appreciate it.
I might, absolutely. Thank you very much for those words.
No problem.
I think the last tally we have is about $550,000 so far that we've put back into the community. So
to make it sound even cooler, that's $500,000.
yeah. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on to D.3.2, procedural bylaw amendment, Committee of the Whole. The Renfrew Town Council amend procedural bylaw 95-2022 to reflect changes associated to the Committee of the Whole structure and approve the presented Committee of the Whole Chair 2024 to 2026 schedule. Mover, please. Councilor Sobolski, second by Councilor Legree. I'll turn it over to the clerk for a report.
Okay, so based on the regular council meeting, the motion that was brought forward for reconsider on March 26, committee decided, or sorry, council, my apologies, decided at that time that they would be open and move forward with a pilot program of, or sorry, a pilot of the Committee of a Whole structure rather than the standing committees that we were currently operating with. So based on that new structure, myself and my team did a review of our current procedural bylaw just to make sure that kind of everything within our procedural bylaw was fitting. There was a few notable changes that we made and some clarification that we provided. All of those edits have been attached into the agenda, and you'll see further along in the agenda that bylaw itself with the amending changes have come forward. So if council is in favor of those, then they will approve accordingly. We've also attached a recommended schedule. We thought it best as a rotating chair So all members of council, because the committee of a whole is council, and it will continue to operate as council. The chair position itself, the recommendation is to do it as a rotating basis, giving opportunity for all members of council to, and my suggestion was on a monthly basis, allowing the chair position to chair twice a month. Sorry, as I stumble my way through that one. The schedule has been proposed. My recommendation would be is that any council member not available for their date indicated to work it out internally and to provide coverage as needed. But our procedural bylaw does speak to when chairs aren't present. So any questions on that, please let me know.
Any questions from council? Councillor Andrew Dick.
Just a comment, Mayor Sidney. I'd like to inform council they saved the best for last on the last meeting of the... Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. D.3.3, equipment exchange for rental costs. The Renfrew Town Council declare the 1985-500 kVA transformer as surplus and transfer to the Renfrew Hydro Inc. in exchange for the rental costs of the transformer that was required during construction at the MyFM Centre. Mover, please. Councillor Zabalski, second by Councillor McWhirter. Any questions? Do you have? Okay. Yep. Turn it over to the CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on behalf of the finance team, unfortunately that due to illness weren't able to be here today. So basically the 1985 transformer has no value on our books, basically because we've had it since 1985. Our surplus of goods policy requires anything above $2,500, provides a variety of ways to deal with that. What RHI, they believe they can repurpose, they can work on it to use it as a backup if needed, and in exchange for nullifying the rental cost of $11,750. So if council does not approve this exchange, then we would have to pay the bill for the rental.
Any questions from council? Hearing and seeing none. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. Moving on to D4, facilities maintenance and operations. I will turn it over to Chair Legree for his report.
Through you, Mayor Sidney. The Facilities Maintenance and Operations Committee met on March 26th. All items will be brought forward at today's meeting, but I'll quickly go over them at a high level. Committee was given a closeout report for the Town Hall renovations project by CAO Tremblay. Acting Director Collins presented the committee with the action plan as it relates to the Public Works and Parks and Recreation Delivery Review undertaken by WSCS Consulting, Inc. Acting Director Collins brought forward a recommendation for support to committee with regards to the equipment operators course to develop a province-wide training specific to municipal heavy equipment. This was a letter of support. Acting Director Collins brought forward a report on leak detection, which is basically a leak detection test you can do yourself at home. The town has bought 100 kits to be handed out to any resident that has high water consumption and wants to check for a leak. These are available, I believe, now at the town office. Yes. And then Acting Director Collins brought forward a report on weather monitoring system. This will help us meet our minimum maintenance standards. From the months of October to April, we are required to monitor weather 3 times a day and once a day for the other months. Staff will be able to check the reports from their phones, receive updates, and information will be downloaded to our server. This will help us with service delivery, and I think it's about a $3,000 a year cost to it. Committee supported all reports brought forward with full support, and I'll just note to view the meeting in its entirety or further information regarding the discussions, I would strongly recommend watching the meeting on the town's YouTube channel or reviewing the agenda and meeting minutes package posted on the town's calendar. Thanks, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Moving on to D.4.1, Town Hall Renovation Project Closeout Report. The motion is the Renfrew Town Council received the Town Hall Renovation Project Closeout Report for information purposes. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, seconded by Councillor McWhirter. I'll turn it over to our CAO for an update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll walk through the report because I think it has some background on the history of this project and obviously predates my time here. So the 2018 budget contemplated some minor renovations to the building, mostly because the former police detachment had vacated the building, so it had been empty since 2017. The 2019 budget identified $25,000 for a window. To my understanding, none of that work occurred. So then in the 2021 budget, $1.1 million and $11,000, the window had gone from $25,000 down to $11,000. That budget had been approved, and then that amount had been carried over in 2022 and 2023 because the project hadn't been undertaken. Total costs associated with this project are $2 million. And in terms of funding, the way that the former treasurer ago would approve capital is council would approve schedules of work and would identify projects that needed to happen over a period of time, and then would identify potential funding sources. Unfortunately, this project only identified $600,000 of funding in 2023. So what would happen with these types of projects, which happens, is that as the facility reserve is replenished, parts of the project would be funded. So the project is closed, it's just we will be funding it from reserve, so no net impact on the taxpayer. Just in terms of history, Town Hall was constructed in 2 phases. In 1970 with the former police detachment, and then in 1985 this 2-story addition. There's actually a photo of the fire hall of the police detachment, and then there was a building that was on this part of the property. At its meeting so they vacated this space in late 2016. So basically, until we started working on this project in very late 2022, that portion of the building had remained vacant since that time. So even though we set the budget in 2021, architectural services were not secured until August of 2022. So basically, if we've learned, I think we've learned some lessons in the last little while that engineering design should be completed so we have a true sense of what the costs will be, and that should be detailed reviewed, and then we set the budget. In this case, we set the budget in advance of architectural services. On the detachment side, it did not have any HVAC, and there was a hole in the roof, so there was roof and HVAC repairs that were needed, and McRae's Climate Care and Adenac Roofing were selected to do the roof repair and HVAC as one of the first phases of the project on that side of the building. In 2023, just in terms of time frame, council directed that we would work with the Renfrew and District Health Unit because they were looking for additional space downtown. They were looking at a smaller footprint. They were formerly at the county building, and they were looking for space, and we hadn't heard from the courts, so it was a logical kind of partnership. And in addition, this project also included the establishment of the Ottawa Valley Business Hive, so in the front kind of reception area of the former police detachment, and then that we've secured partners, and they include the Community Future Development Corporation of Renfrew County, Renfrew and Area Chamber of Commerce, the Downtown Renfrew Business Improvement Area, as well as Enterprise Renfrew County. And there's spaces that can be leased out to businesses for meetings or one-on-one if they need office space. In April of 2023, so just in terms of time frame, we awarded the actual construction project to Chandos Construction LP, operating as with Chandos Construction Limited. The cost for that stipulated price contract is $964,042. And in appendix, you'll see the list of change orders that occurred. A few notable items: when they demolished the former jail cells, where the health unit actually has desk space now, there was some floor leveling that needed to be done. We found out that that portion of the building did not have proper fire separation, so the building official caught that one, and that required some updates. In addition, there was a significant amount of asbestos throughout that addition due to its construction period, and also mold. And unfortunately, the designated substance report that should be maintained every 24 months had not been updated and was not fulsome, so that was a significant change order to deal with that. So that those substances would be dealt with appropriately. Reports on the status of the construction were done at standing committee in the spring, summer, and fall of last year. The project is complete. Chandos has left the site. They've met their warranties, the review period, and there's just some minor work that Jacob and our team are helping to coordinate for some minor painting and things that were outside the scope of Chandos. In terms of the scope of the project, so it was, yes, dealing with the former detachment space, but the entirety of the building has been refreshed. Just to point out, the building includes a total of 36 office and cubicle spaces that house staff, tenants, and partners with 4 meeting spaces. So I know the desk that I sat at when I first got here was from the 70s, predated me. So there was a number of life cycle improvements that hadn't occurred, including on some of the office furniture. We tried to repurpose some of it. It crumbled, and then others, when the court left the building, they took all their furniture, and we understand that it went to the landfill. So we've reviewed the entire building, refreshed certain spaces like the council chambers, upgraded technology, and ensured that ergonomics and health and safety were part of that review. In addition, there's 2 vaults, one on the main floor and one on this floor, that were properly equipped, as we heard through the Mattaway third-party review and also the financial services review. Records retention and proper records management is important, so that was one component of the project as well. I did talk about the police courts. The courts had a lease with the town since 2002, and the last lease expired on December 31st, 2021. We did have conversations with infrastructure and the Attorney General to ensure that they would stay within this building. If they weren't in the council chambers, if they would be on the main floor where the health unit ended up. However, we weren't able to come to any conclusion from them. The town did meet with the Attorney General to speak to the importance of access to justice within our community at the Roma conference in 2023, and they're continuing to review options. I did speak to someone that has been involved in trying to keep the court in Renfrew and noted the challenges that have occurred with that over the years, over the last decades. I noted the Ottawa Valley Business Hive, so just that space, kind of if you're coming through the front door on the left, it's 1,267 square feet and generates about $1,000 in monthly revenue. We're basically, it's like an office sharing desk, hot desk situation, so they don't have exclusive use of that space, and our economic development manager also sits within that space. The Renfrew and District Health Unit entered into a 10-year lease that generates $18.62 square feet plus HST with built-in annual increases. I'll note that that is greater than what the former director negotiated for the lease spaces at Mattaway. Final costs, so the 2022 costs were $202,902. The bulk of the project occurred in 2023 at 1.6, and just due to billing, $135,000 was in 2024, and there's a breakdown there that I can speak to. Lessons learned with regard to this is that I assumed project management duties of the project upon the departure of the former Director of Parks and Recreation and Facilities. A few things that I think are helpful going forward, and we have a brand new asset management engineering team, and I think facilities were added to the asset management requirements, so this is something that we'll need to do for all our facilities. Building condition assessments should be up to date and used to ensure important life cycle work is completed. We have to keep up, because if not, it costs more when we do it later. Designated substance reports must be up to date to meet legislative requirements, and that's to ensure issues such as lead paint, mold, and asbestos are properly addressed. Thank God demolition was done not by staff but by a qualified firm due to the potential toxic substances, because there was plans to have staff demo the former detachment space, and thank God that did not occur. So it's important that we take seriously the designated substance reporting. Staff work in an office environment, so proper equipment and desks are required to support productivity. We did try to repurpose some desks into the health unit space, and then despite numerous screws and glue, I'm looking at Jacob who helped coordinate that, they didn't really meet the test, so we had to replace them. Energy efficiency and information technology should be considered with all our facilities where possible, and I think we need to apply that lens going forward and ensure proper planning. So if we do plans in advance, we do engineering and architectural, then we know what we're getting and we can set a budget and council can set the budget, very much what we do on roads. So for instance, the Monroe Street project is being engineered over a 2-year period before we go out to construction. That same methodology should apply to facility renovation projects. Competitive bidding is possible through a general contractor through a fixed price contract, and that's what we had with Chandos, and that's what we should continue to do. Projects should not be included in a budget until full scope is understood and a project estimate is properly determined. And if a project is approved for 1 year, it should not necessarily be carried over. If council approves the project, it's because we should be doing the project. And part of the issues with this one is that dating back to 2018, and it finally took till 2023 to actually get it done. So part of doing that due diligence early on prevents that. And then a budget that's approved in 1 year that actually happens 2 years later on an estimate without architectural review, it's a best guess at best. Tenants should only be pursued when they are strategic partners providing synergetic opportunities. So the Ottawa Valley Business Hive is really about the growth of the town and synergies with our economic development team. The Health Unit provide community services and needed a space downtown, and we had extra square footage, so they meant they were good strategic partners. Project forecasting must occur with reporting regularly. Again, if we do the due diligence at the front end before tendering, then that's easier to do than guessing as we go along. And a good relationship with the project management and the contractors is very helpful, and our relationship with Chandos and the architects on this project were smooth, and we dealt with issues in a timely fashion. We didn't always agree. The contractor wanted us to replace the fire panel that's beyond its useful life. We were able to remove that from the scope of the project. I think that was Jacob's first meeting, and somebody was yelling at me, so I yelled back. And so it was, however, we got beyond it and dealt with issues on a timely fashion. So there's a methodology to project management, and it should be followed. The other thing I should note is it was just the interior aspects of this building. So pathways in Low Square, the stucco repainting on the outside of the building, the front ramp, window replacement all have not occurred and will need to be scheduled in future years. In addition, the building generator is past its useful life, has been in previous budgets. We're updating engineering on it so that it can be considered by council in future budgets other than just an estimate. So just wanted to point out that a building that was constructed when this one was requires life cycle maintenance as we went along. Photos of the before and afters are also attached, and any questions council would have on any parts of this project, I'd gladly take them.
Councillor Cebulski.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I'll start this. I had questions during the committee meeting in regard to deficiencies, and I'm not going to go down that road right now, but I will work it backwards just a bit, just for clarity. The roof HVAC system, the roof and the HVAC system was done prior to this council. $245,000 roughly, I understand. We approved a fixed price contract, $964,000 roughly, I understand. And then around $244,000 worth of change orders came to committee for approval or discussion. I understand, although a 10% contingency, it's quite strong. It's heavy on the change orders, which means the drawings were missed, which was explained. So I understand, but with all those, I draw a number, and we're missing $560,000 that had not made it to committee that I'm aware of, and this is the first time it's making to council. How does $560,000 get spent without coming to one of these rooms for discussion?
So I don't have the breakdown, but I can speak to elements of the project that were commenced. So they were commenced in 2022. So certain parts of the refurbishment of this council chambers, the award, it's playing around. Thanks. So the breakdown in costs So they could have been billed in 2023, but the project was initiated in 2022 because it was included in the 2022 budget. So council, when they approved the budget in, I believe it was May 2022, approved a project scope of 1.1. So some of those costs that came in and were paid for in 2023 were authorized as part of the commencement of the project in 2022. Again, with the change in leadership, as we did with Mattaway, the updates and project updates started after that and with this new council. So you have the breakdown of the minor major. So if there's any specifics. So IT, as an example for this room, would form part of those costs. The contract for the furniture was awarded during the lame duck period, so between August of 2022 and council taking office in November 15th, 2022, work would have been authorized within the approved budget.
Any other questions? Councilor McWhorter?
Are you there for you, CAO? Since you brought it up, furniture and furnishings, $401,000. So I have a couple of questions. Who was the contractor awarded to? What's the name of the company? Were 3 quotes gotten? Procurement process, was it followed? And did staff have any input, and was there an actual list of this is what we need and sent out for pricing?
So the contract for furnishings was given to 144520101 Canada Inc. It was single source, which is permitted under the procedural, the purchasing bylaw. Any authorities that were done by me, so as CAO during the lame duck period, so basically during a 4-month period, there's no council, but the previous council approved the project. There was awards, and they were reported back through council in September of 2022. So that's Venture Interiors. They were single source because they're local, and they had done other large-scale office renovations, including the council chambers and the entirety of Renfrew County building in Pembroke, as well as the garrison in Pembroke. And then in addition, the rest of the council chambers that were undertaken in 2022 were a cost of $71,000. The Montel Smart Space, which is the units for both vaults, was just $23,000. There was some furniture from McPhail and Perkins at $3,000, and then the balance would be, as I said in the report, I think it's 36 office and cubicle spaces plus 4 meeting rooms would be the balance of the cost. So that was done under delegated authority. It was single source as permitted under the purchasing policy, and was reported as part of that the award had occurred in September of 2022.
Councilor McWhorter?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, thank you for letting me follow up. So the limited company, I was told, was a former council member. Am I wrong, or is that true?
So the 144520101 Canada Inc. is Venture Interiors out of Pembroke. Yes, the principal is Arlene Jameson. In fairness to Councillor Jameson, she didn't influence me in any kind of way. We were looking, because of the council chamber renovation principally and the timing associated with it, we looked at, I approached the county to determine who had provided their space, and Councillor Jameson did declare any interest when the matter arised at council. So Councillor Jameson at the time did disclose an interest and did not improperly influence staff. What I did is, based on what we needed, contacted the county, who had recently renovated their space, and they was highly recommended, and went through that process. Staff throughout the process were provided updates on the office configuration and desks, and I get that some staff, might not be happy with what they got, but that happens. But basically, we're looking at ergonomics, height adjustable furniture as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Andrew Dick?
Thank you, through your mayor. I'm really not going to try and lose it here, but like, this is like Mattaway 2.0 junior. How, I understand that it was lame duck, but the optics of us spending $400,000 on a formal counselor that served here, unacceptable, uncool. It's just wrong on so many levels. The optics is horrible. I'm so upset that this actually happened. I know you said there's no influences. I get that, but the optics are absolutely horrible, and if we weren't here to question this, if this was 4 years, 8 years ago, I'm sure this would just slide under the table. We are really, really trying hard to be transparent and accountable, and then when this comes up in a council meeting, this is just unacceptable. This is horrible. I don't even know what to say, and I think I'm going to leave it at that, because if I go any further, it's going to get real bad, and I'll just let my other councillors, they can deal with this. But my displeasure on this, absolutely unacceptable. Thank you, Mayor.
Review?
Thank you. I would encourage my friend to remove his comment about sliding it under the table. Thank you.
If I may.
See you.
So I think the difference is you got a closeout report with a detailed reporting. So point one. Point two, we've outlined that council approved a project that was on the books for 3 years and was approved in a budget in an election year with an award of architectural services late in the game. Yes, are there lessons learned? Yes. But we did follow the process and in the sense and the policy requirements. And the part of the transparency is providing you the detail associated with this project. And the other thing I would say is if we approve projects, we should approve funding sources. If we do projects, we need to have them fully scoped ahead of time. So transparency means doing reports that you might not like. So so that's why you have this information. There's a number of lessons learned. If we had to redo it again, would I want to do it in 2022, 2023? No. The onus of why we were doing it is that the former director promised the police services board of Renfrew space in the detachment center for the connection center that they got funding for. And I was meeting with them in August in a room with a hole in the roof with mold and asbestos, saying, no, sorry, you're not going to be able to move in here. And we were able to renovate space at the library to accommodate them, which displaced the Chamber of Commerce and the BIA, and then the council chambers were prepared. In the grand scheme of things, would we do this all over again? No, we wouldn't. We would have a project on the books for more than 5 years. I wouldn't be contemplating this project in an election year, which would then apply some push in terms of getting the spaces properly equipped. So I appreciate the councillor's comments for sure, but part of the transparency and accountability is presenting reports such as these.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and I guess directing towards you, Sayo. How much, we have it broken down with regard to furniture and furnishings, 401,000. The council chambers, 63,000. Out of those two, how much did Venture Interiors get?
So in terms of the council chamber furniture, it was 70,846. The remainder of the council chamber, I should have taken that amount and moved it, to be honest, so it shouldn't be. The rest of this room was the flooring, the paint, the ceiling tiles, and the IT related stuff. As I said, McPhail and Perkins, 3,182. These amounts are a little off just because of the HST rebate, and Montel Smart Space, 22,491.
A follow-up, please. Sorry, just to be very specific, how much did Venture Interiors get out of all of it? What was the total they received?
I don't have the total amounts. I can prepare that for you from the 401, but I would subtract roughly $25,000 from that. And then the other one is due to delays, and we were procuring there's some storage-related costs associated with the furniture. And then I could provide the breakdown from each parts of the building, but as I noted, it's 36 office areas and four workrooms. So of that amount, of the 400,000, 71,000-ish was the council chamber-related furniture, and then about 25,000 was the stuff outside of Venture Interiors.
One more, yeah?
Yeah, one more. Follow-up, CEO, back to you. I guess in 2018, like you said, it's a multi-year thing. We started off at 200,000. With 2021, we go to 1 million. What was the rationale for the expansion? And I understand we have to refresh and get things done, but what took place back then, as far as you're aware?
My understanding was best use of that space down there, and then the other one was once the detachment left this building, the court space became a little less a compatible use. So to my knowledge, but some of the people that were there at the time aren't here, part of it was potentially relocating the courts to the old detachment area. When we met with them early on, when I was here in terms of options, we had presented kind of the health unit space as a potential remaining where they were in the building, but I'm not sure where the 1.1 came from. I know that the former director had solicited some quotes for the architectural services that sat for about 18 months, and that the HVAC and roofing quotes had sat for a period of time as well.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Cebulski?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just a comment, maybe something we can look into, that any stipulated price work, i.e. roads, buildings, or capital projects, should have some form of a working group so that the councillors have a weekly understanding of what's going on, and we can report back. With the new setup of Committee of the Whole, it would be on a monthly basis, and I don't feel that to be sufficient either with Standing Committee or Committee of the Whole. So if that's something that we could be looked into, just to make sure the information is widespread.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
And certainly, and just I think the dollar amount is one. I think if council wants to provide that as a direction, that would be helpful. My understanding is there was an ad hoc committee early on with this, and that it met at the chair was Don Eady, and it met a couple of times in terms of scope, but was not called upon to provide a lot of guidance and direction prior to my arrival. I think a working group is solid, and whether or not we do that in the form of a policy coming out of the Mattaway third-party review, but what is the dollar amount? Is it $1 million? Is it 500,000? Depending on what it is. And direction for us to kind of develop that policy, if you want to move that as a direction, that would be appropriate.
Thank you. And just to follow up through, Chair, I have 500K written down here, being that seems to be a nice round number, because we can see how quickly $1 million project can get right out of control. So 500K is manageable, and the staff below that I have full confidence in. So
No, I think that's a great idea. Anybody else? Councillor McDonald?
I guess a procedural question to you, Mayor. So by voting on this tonight, it's for information purposes, that's it? Because I do have other questions, but I'll arrange a meeting with you, I guess, CEO, with regard to, okay, thank you.
Certainly, and Mr. Mayor, I don't know if council can formally direct us to bring forward a policy that requires, or maybe it's an amendment to the procedural bylaw, but the clerk can advise on that a working group for any capital project of a value of $500,000 or more be established, something along those lines, so that staff can bring that back.
Great. So do you want to do that?
So we have two options. The best would be to do,
Councillor Andrew Dick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. So let's just touch base on some things. So yes, through you, Mayor Sidney. Correct on CEO Trombley what he stated. He goes, he's giving us information and we might not like what we hear. Absolutely, I don't like what I hear. Okay? And I want the public to know that I'm not happy with what I hear because I feel it's unacceptable. However, let's move forward on this. And I 100% agree with Councillor Cebulski. So the question I have, and I think I know the answer, there are no policies or procedures in place for this sort of thing moving forward with a working group, correct?
So there's, I think what we've identified is, and I think this is, we have a new capital team and we have a new purchasing policy that basically says time of award. It's the scope before a project comes forward and the steps, and then it's once council approves it and we go through the tendering process, but as we deal with issues, it's that council oversight. The former model was an ad hoc committee, and all committees were appointed by the mayor previously, so we've basically changed that model and used the working group model, and we've referred to working groups. So I think it's a policy that outlines what we do with terms of reference is outline kind of what the working group does, but working groups can be proactive at the front end as well, kind of what I think the intention of the ad hoc was, so that as you're looking at a project and its scope, you're working with the working group with the two or three council members that are on there to say, okay, what is the scope of this? And from the get-go, you're having that conversation. What's in, what's out, how are we going to deal with this? We go through the tendering process and then we award, but then as we're getting project updates, like it's not just an accountability mechanism at the tail end, it's a scope mechanism at the front end. And so for a lot of us that are new staff, we inherited large capital projects that hadn't happened. To be honest, there was a bunch of work at One Innovation that hadn't occurred that was on the books. There was a bunch of work at the Mill Museum that was on the books that never occurred. There was this town hall that had been on the books for many years. So working groups are super helpful, not just as a like, oh God, we have price increases and we're behind schedule and there's a lot of change orders. I think it's from start to finish on major projects, and we could build that into the project schedule and the project management and the project kind of reporting, and I think it would be helpful to keep everybody on the same page. And I think a proper 10, 20-year capital plan and good life cycle maintenance replacements, like the generator, you don't wait for the generator to be past this life cycle to figure out when you're going to replace it. So I think a policy on that piece and the working groups and the planning and the reporting and the would be super helpful in addition to our purchasing policies, because the purchasing policy just deals with purchasing, doesn't deal with scope creep and reporting, and doesn't deal with understanding what we want to do at the front end.
If I may, Mayor Sidney, so I do agree with the fact that you stated CEO Tremblay about if directors and staff are putting something in for the budget for, let's just say, 2025, I think it's very important for the staff and the directors and yourself as their leader to make sure those projects are done in 2025. We shouldn't be approving something in 2018 and then starting the work in 2022 and going off. So I think that's a great idea. Just to clarify, when I get mad, I'm not mad at you, I'm not mad at people, I'm just mad. And that's just the way I am, and I just wanted to clarify that. So, thank you.
I think we've figured that out by now. Councilor McGuire.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, just to build on what you were talking about, CEO, what about instead of having a working group, what if this, since we're going to a committee of the whole group, what if we just, if we're going to do a capital project, let's say Councillor Cebulski suggested 500,000, I was more in the line, we were actually joking about this, $1 million, because it seems after, when you do $1 million project, that's when things start to maybe, it's so big it starts to maybe grow. And I was thinking if we were to put it on the agenda for discussion at every committee of the whole, once the project is approved and starts, then every member on this council will get the same update and same information. Maybe one committee of the whole, there won't be any updates, it won't be needed, everything's running great. Or the next one, maybe there will be, and we can have a general discussion. More input, the better. Somebody, 2 or 3 members of council might miss something the other 2 or 3 might catch. So if it was put on your committee of the whole agenda and stays there till it's done, then everybody's on board, there's no hidden in the agenda, it's all up in front and transparent, rather than form another committee, because there's so many committees.
And I think to your point through the mayor, I think monthly reporting on finances, period. So for council, but also for senior leaders, like part of the issue is even staff, and understanding where we're at with what's on the books and what has been approved. And so we should be reporting, it could be both, is kind of what I'm saying, is that there should be monthly reporting on every major capital. Here's where we are. Have we hit the timeframes? Is there schedule? Is there any major change orders we need to report? And then there might be situations where a working group is important, where you understand the scope. But for instance, the former director Aslan repeated this with me, there's very many multi-million-dollar projects that were properly project managed, occurred, tendered by the town for many years. So not every project necessarily requires that level of oversight, but I think senior staff, and council, and the public must receive updated information on an ongoing basis. For instance, me project managing a project of this size with everything else that we've been dealing with for 2 years, including managing staff and performance and everything else, it's inappropriate. Not that it doesn't mean it's not a thing, but we have project staff that can, and finance, that can pull that information together and give it to committee of the whole in a summarized view. And then for certain, as part of the approval of the budget, we could say, well, council, we think that the following projects should have kind of a steering committee working group that can help. In other municipalities where I know Eric and I have worked, they'd call that a public, there's sometimes a technical steering committee, and there's a public advisory committee on certain projects. We're going to have to look at all of that to get the reporting and the scoping and the monitoring and reporting right, because obviously it's not.
If I may, just to follow. So my idea is being on the committee of the whole, we meet every 2 weeks, so it's front and center and fresh to everybody. There's opportunity, if it's on the agenda, to discuss it because it's there. And it's very transparent because these cameras don't lie. So as far as waiting the report back from an ad hoc committee, you'll never have that lost minutes or whatever occurs. It'll always be front and center and very transparent. I don't think we, as a council, could do any better than that. So.
Any other questions? Councillor Sabalski, did you?
I did, through you, Chair. Just to make a comment, I want to make sure that I'm not going after staff by bringing this up. This is a mindset of mine to help relate to the councillors and the mayor in a situation that maybe a weekly or bi-weekly meeting, that there's something discussed that won't be to committee or committee of the whole as soon as it needs to be. It's an opportunity for us to learn things a little bit sooner or in real time, whether it's relevant or not. It's not necessarily to be checking over staff's shoulder, although we all know the way it works. The more people, the better it is. It's just an opportunity for us to be in the know. So.
Any other questions?
Just to close the loop, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Because there was a number of different options, if we can just note in the minutes that direction was provided to look at regular reporting at committee of the whole, and also when a working group might be required for major capital, and then we'll do a report and a policy and report back through committee of the whole for council's consideration as part of some of our follow-up work coming out of the Mattaway third-party review anyway.
Perfect. That's good. Anything else? All in favor of receiving this information? That's carried. Thank you, council. Going on to D.4.2, Public Works and Park and Recreation Service Delivery Review Action Plan. And the motion is that Renfrew Town Council approve the action plan as it relates to the Public Works and Parks and Recreation Service Delivery Review undertaken by WSCS Consulting, Inc. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Legree. Turn it over to the CAO.
Is it? It's Director Collins has the next few.
Sorry.
Okay. So we undertook a Public Works and Parks and Recreation Service Delivery Review. This is the action plan that staff have created, coming from the recommendations of the plan by WSCS Consulting, Inc., or Tammy Crothers. We have broken our actions into the 5 categories that she had made recommendations under. Something I do want to point out with regards to the actions actions is really they can be categorized as short, medium, or long-term. This would depend on the research, the development, the implementation, budgets, manpower, etc. Something I do want to note, it is a living document, and although we have made suggestions on how we would address some of these recommendations with the actions, they may be changed as we do the research. So there may be preferred alternatives. We do want to note as well that a number of the recommendations and actions are undertaken with the other departments. So there's certainly asset management plan issues in here. There's a lot of financial software type matters that are included, and some that are multi-departmental, such as timesheets. When we look at that, all departments would be included. So if you do look at your documents, there is examples of what we have done. Just to note that the actions, or the farthest column to the right, is what staff have placed to address these. The rest are actually directly out of her plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? Rebimo?
Thank you. Just, can you explain to us what item 1.3, right over on the right-hand side, is develop a charter?
Okay, so she has, the plan had recommended, as you read through it, she has mentioned that there is in particular, Kingston and Burlington have developed a one-page charter making it clear that we want public engagements. It may go on to, I have not reviewed it as of yet, those ones in particular, but basically we are dedicated to engagement, and it may go to a point of what type of engagements we include, although one page I do doubt that. So we will be pulling those and looking and changing charters for ourselves, and it's really a public commitment to engagement.
Thank you. So if I might, it's not a return to, in some municipalities, they have a combination of 2 members of council and 2 members of the public sort of on a committee, so that it's not a return to that kind of a model?
If I can, the model, just because I know the Burlington-Kingston model, it's notify, consult, engage, empower. It's like a 5-step process. So Rudy, before his departure, did a communication strategy that policy. This would be more on the engagement side. So we're clear on certain projects when we're notifying, just putting an ad in the paper, versus empowering like a board where they make decisions, or engagement, asking people for their feedback before we make a decision. That's the model she's referring to, and that would form part of a future engagement policy or public engagement strategy.
Any other questions? All in favor of receiving this? That's carried. Thank you, council. On to D.4.3, AORS Equipment Operators Course Request. That Renfrew Town Council adopt a motion in support of the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors to develop a municipal equipment operators course as follows. Whereas the municipal public works departments from across the province of Ontario provide invaluable services to our communities, ensuring the health and safety of all residents, and whereas if it was not for our municipal public works employees from across the province of Ontario maintaining our public road systems, our communities would not be able to function, as emergency personnel could not respond to calls, school buses could not get our children to school, residents would not be able to get to work, school or appointments, and many more basic functions would not be able to happen. And whereas municipal public works departments are already feeling the impacts of labor shortages, which will only be exacerbated over the next 3 to 5 years, which will cause level of service municipalities are able to provide to ensure the health and safety of our residents to decrease, and whereas there is currently no provincial-wide course that properly trains potential municipal public works employees, specifically relating to municipal heavy equipment. Therefore, be it resolved that the town of Renfrew supports the work of the Ontario Association the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors to develop a municipal equipment operators course to address this issue, and that the town of Renfrew calls on the province of Ontario Ministry of Labour, Training, Immigration, and Skilled Trades to fully fund the municipal equipment operators course in 2024 through the Skill Development Fund, and further that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Minister of Labour, Training, Immigration, and Skilled Trades to David Pacini, Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke member of Provincial Parliament John Yakubowski, and Association of Ontario Road Supervisors. Mover, please. Councillor Cebulski, second by Councillor Andrew Dick. Any questions, comments? You want to read it again? Do you have anything to add?
Really, it's just a short of in the workforce, and AORS is a strong supporter of public works, obviously, and they would like to see a course developed specific to the municipal world, obviously on the heavy equipment side, but I think it's an excellent training, and they're really just asking for your support.
Perfect. Any questions or comments from council? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, council. D.4.4 leak detection packages. The Renfrew Town Council received this report for information as it relates to leak detection. Mover, please. Councillor Andrew Dick, second by Councillor Legree. Turn it over to you.
Yes, I have used this in other locations. I will hold it up. We have props. It is a little envelope. It has two little colored pills in it. One of the largest things related to water bills is leaks, toilets in particular. We get a lot of calls and complaints about that. This is an easy package for $1.63 per package, which includes shipping, handling, HST. So it's well worth providing to the residents rather than try and explain, yes, you can use Kool-Aid or some other colors. This gives them all the information in one package. We have provided it downstairs to the front-end girls, which takes a lot of stress off of them as well in trying to explain it. So knock on wood, we'll continue with the process as long as our residents are happy in receiving that package upon their request.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Hearing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, council. D.4.5 weather monitoring system. The Renfrew Town Council received this report for information purposes as it relates to weather monitoring. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, second by Councillor Cebulski. I'll turn it back over to you again.
Councillor Jason Legree did speak well to this previously with regards to us meeting our minimum maintenance standards. As well, it also assists in meeting our WSC consulting services recommendations from earlier with updating town services to advanced technologies. As well, we have gone to having our workers do our road patrols, so they will all be able to access immediately the weather detailed information as they're doing that. So this should both statutorily or meet our standards as well as assist them and relieve some stress in making those decisions.
Thank you. Any questions from Councillor Cebulski?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Just a comment, and I will ask Acting Director to maybe give me the answer, but to everyone that might be looking at this $3,000 investment, it's not a toy. As we specified that we don't want toys. This is a tool, and Director Collins could probably give us a ballpark idea of how many hours we're going to save with this tool as compared to having our road crews driving the roads to understand if they're dry or wet. So.
Absolutely, 3,000 is for the entire year. Rather than have an iffy weather report on the 11 o'clock news that they anticipate 4 o'clock start, the guys will actually have very detailed weather, temperatures, ground, etc. So they can actually don't have to go out at 3 o'clock and start patrolling downtown to see where the weather is at. As well, there's automatic download code, so we will now meet our minimum maintenance standards and have the documentation, which is a due diligence as far as any legal cases against us related to not meeting our standards. Of another note, the company we have gone with is also looking at working with the county of Renfrew. If they take on the same package as a lower tier, we may potentially be reimbursed or certainly receive it at a reduced cost. So there is that hope down the road.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Degree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, and I'm not sure if this question was asked at committee or not, but I want to ask it again. So the information is saved on the server. How long is, do you know how long it's saved on there? I'm just wondering if we have like a slip and trip and we get a report from like 6 months ago, are we able to pull data from that?
I don't have that information at the moment, but once we download it, I believe it's as long as we wish to have it, and it's something we may wish to look at as far as record retention is what I would recommend if that would be the direction we want to go. And I would check legislatively how long a slip and trip or motor vehicle accident can come back.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I think we should look at that. Thanks.
Great. Any other questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on to, we have no fire emergency protective services or community services and economic development. So external boards and county reports. E1.1, Renfrew County Council Summary, March 27, 2024. I will turn it over to Reeve Emo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I would turn your attention to the first bullet point and just the budget highlights that we're supportive of the county and our larger communities, the continued funding for Renfrew County VTAC, and we think there's a path forward for funding the new MESA program, and there's a new $1 billion municipal housing infrastructure program. Again, we're not sure of the impact of that. We're waiting for the details. The increase to the water enabling and sewer fund, which includes communal systems, which is a good thing as well. And we'll continue to advocate for our fair share of infrastructure funding, including a commitment for Highway 17. Moving down to the fourth bullet point, just note March the 19th, we were into the Prime Minister's office and spoke with his Chief of Staff and his policy chief, outlining our affordable housing plan, as well as other issues around housing. And I'm just moving down through. Just a note on page 2, bullet point 3, I believe, is save the date. The Warden's Golf Tournament will be held at Dragonfly on Friday, June the 7th. And the charities benefiting from it will be announced soon. And so with that, moving to the next bullet point under community services, we are in the process of signing a memo of understanding to acquire a large rental property in the Pembroke area, and we'll be putting together approximately 20 units. 10 to 12 of those will be for transitional housing. One of the major flaws in most housing systems is not having transitional housing first, but secondly, transitional housing that lasts more than a few hours. The remainder of the units, and it might be up to 24 units in total, probably 12 will be for seniors. We're increasingly finding that seniors in our community don't have adequate housing, and so again, that's a transitional housing initiative. So we'll have more information on that in the coming months. Just very quickly, in terms of Renfrew, there's construction of a storage shed at Renfrew County Place, 450 O'Brien. That's a second shed for the paramedics, so that some of the equipment's not left outdoors, and that should be completed soon. And just moving through that. The City of Pembroke and the county passed and agreed on the Ottawa Valley tourism budget. And so what's happened is we have a memo of understanding with the city, and it's 5 years in length, and they've readopted it for 5 years. So that's a good news story on the cooperation. And there's a further report coming on the health unit. You'll see that on page 4 on the fourth bullet from the top, or from the bottom, I'm sorry. The last bullet on page 4, again, ties to the MESA program. And so what's happening is there will be a letter of agreement between Pembroke Regional Hospital and the County of Renfrew for mental health services. So that'll team with the paramedics and to help individuals in navigating the mental health care system. And I think that is everything with the exception of just very quickly, the MESA project is it's a response to community mental health in essence, but what, the local data indicates there's an increasing demand for social health and emergency services that are placing our systems at a high level of risk. So we think we're at a crisis point, and we're finding that in addition, our community youth are profoundly affected by mental health struggles early in life, placing them on a difficult lifelong trajectory, and increasing their vulnerability to both urgent and chronic care issues. 70% of the primary problems for 911 calls in our community are related to behavioral or psychiatric concerns, and 3 out of 4 of the calls are urgent at the time of contact. And so the most common diagnoses were depression at 34%, anxiety at 32%, stress at 13%, and alcohol related at 10%. There's been a 75% increase in opioid-related deaths in 2021, revealing the severity of the overdose crisis. Hospitals are facing emergency department closures, and staff shortages have become common. So urgent action is needed. What we're finding too is that we believe that in 2023, 39 deaths are connected to opioids or overdoses of other drugs, and so we'll hear that again in the next little while, or have more information. And the proportion of individuals with mental health and addictions challenges who reside in rural areas in the Ottawa Valley is 13 times higher compared to Ontario bases on the Ontario Rurality Index. So we have a significant difficulty here. So all of that to tell you that the MESA program has started. The Renfrew branch of it has not started yet, but will in the next little while. In Pembroke, it's been going now for about 3 weeks, and so we have a paramedic, and we'll have a social worker or a crisis worker from community mental health, and we also have access to public health nurses that will accompany us on occasion as well, and that's 24/7, 7 days a week. And that'll be occurring in Renfrew, and we'll announce that and let you know that as soon as possible. And so housing, again, just to reaffirm, a hospital ward for someone, and this is the University Health Network that provided these details. A hospital ward costs $32,500 a month. A prison jail cell costs $15,000 a month. A shelter is $7,500 per month, and supportive housing costs $3,500 a month. So there is a definite savings. Could also suggest to you that there is clear evidence that tells us for every $10 spent on supportive housing, there's a downstream savings of $21.72 and a significant reduction of emergency department use. So those are the numbers that we've presented to the province, and we'll continue to present to them because we think it's important for us to act for our community. So the MESA project, and I'll send you more information on that, is an important piece of that. And what I'd like to suggest to you is that the next steps are fairly logical, where we'll be getting out into the community and making sure that we have some numbers of people served in the respective communities. So that's what I can report to you. So there's a more fulsome document. You'll get a paper copy of it, as well as an electronic version. I presented that last week in Kingston.
Thank you. Moving on to E.1.2, oh, so sorry, yes, yeah, absolutely.
Through you, Mayor Sidney, I just have a question. I think it's page 3, the last bullet. It says, County Council directed the warden to send a letter to the ministers regarding via rails long distance. Are they looking at, I don't understand, are they trying to put tracks in? Are they upgrading the service? And if you don't know, that's fine.
No,
I'm not putting you on the spot.
Sound was. So what is happening is Via Rail has asked for the support of Eastern Ontario to put high-speed rail or more tracks down the existing corridor from Montreal to Windsor.
Okay.
There is no intention of ever returning, that I'm aware of ever returning tracks to Renfrew County, unfortunately. The federal government made the decision in 2010 to, and I can't remember the technical term, but they essentially allowed the subcontractor, CP Rail had subcontracted it out to a small rail company from somewhere in the U.S. And gradually the traffic bled off of the CP Rail corridor to the extent that the federal government then found it met their criteria to tear up the rails.
Okay.
So in short, that happened between 2003 and 2010.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
No problem. And thanks for clarifying that. I don't want to be...
Any other questions for the brief? All right, moving on to E.1.2, Renfrew County Health Unit and County of Renfrew collaboration. I will turn it back to the brief.
So thank you very much. This is a bit of a conundrum, but I think we have a solution going forward. So as you recall, I did mention that the provincial government had early in the year, I believe it was at AMO, announced that they would welcome mergers, and their contention was that mergers of health units would optimize the capacity, stability, and sustainability of public health. And our question to them was always, what problem were they trying to address? We weren't aware, those of us that fund public health, were not aware that there were any problems. So we didn't understand what their, we've asked the questions, what problem do you think you're trying to address, first of all, and secondly, what criteria are you using to score these? And we haven't received any answers from them. So what we're saying to them now is that this proposal that I'll mention to you in a few minutes is going to preserve the mandate of public health in our communities. And we also think that it'll maintain a full range of our current services, which are disease prevention and health promotion, as well as research and knowledge. And we're also think it'll also achieve better prevention and population health outcomes for our smaller local communities. And it'll also allow us to make informed public health planning decisions. And we think it'll allow our area to be treated more equitably. So what we've done is, as you know, the province asked that local public healths consider merger. So the Renfrew County District Health Unit conducted 2 studies. One was with the Ontario East Health Unit. So Ottawa itself is like a big donut in the middle, and it's not wanting to merge with anybody. But Prescott, the area that services Prescott Russell and down to Cornwall, was open to having a conversation about merging. So we conducted a study, but recognized that we weren't joined together geographically, and it made no sense to skip over Ottawa to try and run an agency that was that large. Initially, the province wanted 500,000 people as a catchment area, but they've since backed away from that. The next organization that we had a brief conversation with was I'll call it the Seaway Corridor Public Health from essentially Brockville, Leeds and Grenville area down through until Prince Edward County, and they meet the population base of 500,000. But again, for us to join them would have had an area that was probably the size of Nova Scotia. And we had some concerns about that, and they weren't terribly interested in us. The second real option we looked at was the merger with the North Bay Parry Sound public health unit. Keeping in mind the government will only fund those kinds of studies, and keeping in mind the other bit of information is that the province of Ontario said if you do not merge, you'll only get 1% a year increase to your base budget in 2024, 2025, and 2026. If you do merge, they will give you all sorts of money for new equipment, possibly new buildings, to merge the two separate employee budget lines. And so we find it quite interesting that that's their approach. Anyway, we looked at merging with Barry's Bay North Bay Parry Sound, and decided not to for a number of reasons, but primarily if there was a pandemic again or some significant event, the distance is such that if you had to bring resources in from Parry Sound, they're not going to go home every night and come back every morning. And you'd end up housing them. We're worried about losing our local flavor. So with that, the board turned that down, and we were able to get a motion passed that talked about working together with the County of Renfrew, the City of Pembroke, and South Algona. So the staff from the organizations will sit down with our CDHU and try and understand exactly what their needs are. And our contention is that we have some successes in the past where we've worked together. We've worked on mental health, we've worked on substance abuse, housing, health equity and assessments, emergency management, chronic disease prevention, seniors health, and a number of other areas. And most currently has been VTAC, which is a success, active transportation, healthy communities, the COVID response. So there's been a number of issues that we've worked on as a group. And we were of the impression that some of the other backroom things that we could help with would be human resources management, information technology, financial services, corporate services, board administrative, property management, emergency management, information like that. So those are the kinds of things that we're used to assisting with different employment centers. And so our basic premise is that this approach will increase the capacity and quality of our services. And when you take a look at the COVID response, if the paramedics hadn't been able to work with the health unit, then most of the testing wouldn't have occurred, because if you recall, the testing was conducted outdoors with the drive-up center when it really got rolling out. Inoculation would not have occurred because Renfrew County District Health Unit, and this is not a criticism, does not have the capacity to do it. And it wouldn't have been on Saturdays, it wouldn't have been on in the afternoons or evenings in different areas. It would have been forced into an 8 to 4 response. Again, if we're part of a bigger unit, we're not sure that would have happened, because how would we get resources if we joined with the Brockville one from Brockville up here to run our clinics and then do somebody else's clinics? So it didn't make any sense to us. Also, if you'll recall, municipal staff were allowed to volunteer to take appointments for people when they're going to the various clinics across the county. And again, if we were part of a larger conglomerate, we're not sure that would have happened. And so with all of that, we've agreed to pursue, so our next steps are to identify opportunities for collaborative work with municipal funding partners and Board of Health. We're also going to talk to Ottawa Public Health. Ottawa Public Health passed a motion saying they didn't want to merge with somebody, but they were willing to work on shared services. So we think that some of the, once we get identity of what services that are at risk because of not being larger, and we don't think there's many, we can talk to Ottawa Public Health and purchase those. So we think we have a plan forward, and that'll involve a fair bit of lobbying and conversation with the Ministry of Health about this. But we want to impress upon them that we are innovative and we continue to put together solutions that allow them to save money in their emergency rooms and in their other funding arrangements. So you will get more information about this. There's likely to be an effort to have municipal councils endorse it once we build out the plan. So thank you. I recognize that was very long. It's just been a very busy month putting a bunch of these packages together.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't know if you have anything else to report on the E.2.1 about the Health Unit Board report.
You should be aware of the information of primary concern to everybody right now is the information on ticks. It's just on page, there we go, Lyme disease, page 2. So it's gone up considerably in our community. Right now we're at approximately 34 cases, whereas prior to 2020, 2014 to 2020, we averaged 5 cases a year. This year, last year, we were at 30 cases. And so what we're suggesting to people is that they active surveillance for tick and passive surveillance will follow up the cases. So if the tick is attached to a human, then it's important to get it to the health unit for analysis. The suggestion for preventative measures is when you're outdoors is wear light-colored clothing, wear closed footwear and socks with long-sleeve shirts tucked into your pants and your pants tucked into your socks. If you're out in the what we call the bush area or walking through long grass. And I laugh because I look like a dork when I do that. So using an insect repellent with DEET or encarcertin and applying it according to labels. And then doing a tick check on yourself and your children after being outside because removing a tick within 24 hours greatly reduces the risk of Lyme disease. So, and if a tick has been attached to you for longer than 24 hours, consult your healthcare provider right away or pharmacist about possible preventive treatments. And so Lyme disease symptoms include a bullseye rash around the tick bite area, so it's red with white and then another red area. And you can have a headache, a fever, and muscle or joint pain, so it's almost like an extended flu. And they can start from 3 to 30 days. So just if everybody can be aware of the black-legged tick and Lyme disease. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Moving on to E.3.1, AMO Policy Update, 2024 Ontario Budget and National Housing Strategy Funding. Reevy.
No, it's pretty self-explanatory. Thanks.
Do you have comment on the E.3.2 and .3, the MFAO summary?
No, again, they do a great job.
So I'll jump down to E.4, Renfrew Power Generation, the shareholder summary. Councillor Dukey, do you have anything you want to say?
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, just quickly, high level here. If any council has any questions, you can reach out to me after. But Basically, the report is for Q1, which is from January 1st to March 31st, 2024. The generation for this quarter was down, so below target. Basically, a lack of participation in snowpack has resulted in low generation. RPG has started to add logs to slowly raise the water levels, and if we don't get rain, the generation can be expected to be below target. So, the Golden Lake Dam rehab. Golden Lake Dam, which was constructed in 1932, is in the second and final phase of the project as part of RPG's rehab program. We've had to revise the budget a bit to accommodate the larger crane, and the increases from that came basically from the crane setup and dismantle. And we're looking at phase 2 to start in July of 2024. RPG was successful in meeting the requirements for the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks regarding eel mitigation and reporting, which is basically just making sure the eels don't get caught up. And if there is an eel that gets there, I don't know if they move them upstream or downstream, whatever, and then they have to do a report on it. So the big piece, I guess, to this that I should note is the current HCI contract with RPG is to expire in 2029. Once our contract expires, we'll be put under the new small hydro program, which will significantly reduce revenues for RPG. We made a request at the Roma conference to set up meetings to discuss the new energy rate offered for the new small hydro program, which the minister has declined. So RPG is responding back with a letter requesting further details on the decision from advice we received from a legal expert. And I'll just note that we're not the only one in that boat. It's Boncher Valley and Mississippi Mills. All three of us operate small hydro facilities. So, and the problem is we have long-term debt till 2035. So, and our contract will change in 2030. That's it. Thanks, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Hearing none. Oh, sorry, review.
Quick note, Mr. Yakubowski is now the parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Energy, so he's been briefed, and maybe he should be rebriefed.
Great, thank you. Moving on to F, confirmation of minutes. The Renfrew Town Council confirmed the minutes of a special council meeting dated March 21st, 2024, and the regular council meeting dated March 26th, 2024. Mover, please. Councillor McWhirter, Councillor Legree. Any questions about the minutes? Hearing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. On to G.1, Proclamation, National Public Safety Telecommunications Week, April 14th to the 20th. I don't have it. So I'm just going to read it. There's no vote required. The Corporation of Town of Renfrew hereby proclaims April 14th to the 20th, 2024 as National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. Whereas National Public Safety Telecommunications Week is an annual event that honors those who serve as public safety telecommunicators, including the ambulance communication officers at the Renfrew Central Ambulance Communication Center, and whereas these professionals are the first point of contact in emergencies and play a crucial role in the response of police, fire, and emergency medical services, and whereas Renfrew Central Ambulance Communication Center, CACC, serves an area of over 16,000 square kilometers and is a vital part of our community's emergency response system, and whereas ambulance communications officers' expertise and dedication ensures the safety and well-being of residents and the effective coordination of emergency services, therefore be it resolved that Renfrew Town Council proclaim April 14th to the 20th, 2024 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, and that'll be dated the 9th of April. So there's that. And then moving on to G.2. Okay, sorry, my screen went. Whereas on March 25th, 2024, Council of the Town of Shelburne has passed Resolution Number 8 encouraging all levels of government to eradicate all forms of racism, especially Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. and that this motion be sent to our MP and MPP in all municipalities. Therefore, be it resolved that Renfrew Town Council support the resolution from the town of Shelburne calling for the eradication of all forms of racism, especially Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. Mover, please. Councillor Degree, second by Councillor Sobolski. Any questions on this? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. There's no notice of which notice has previously been given. Motions requiring suspension of the rules. Hearing none. Any notices of motion? Revimo?
Oops, thank you. Just give 1 second. I'm sorry, my phone timed out. I will be moving a motion for council's consideration on April 23rd, 2024. The council consider and approve sanctions for current member of council whose actions have or will impact negatively the image of the town of Renfrew. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mary. I didn't hear half of that. Could you read it again, Revimo?
Sure.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
No, that's okay. Give me 1 second to get it back up. So I will be moving a motion for council's consideration on April 23rd, 2024. Council consider and approve sanctions for current member of council whose actions have or will impact negatively the image of the town of Renfrew.
Thank you. Moving on to K.1. The Renfrew Town Council convened in closed session with CAO Tremblay, Deputy CAO Director Withers, Town Clerk Ehret, and authorized persons remaining in the room pursuant to the following sections of the Municipal Act 2001, Section 2392F. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Section 2392K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or be carried on by or on behalf of municipality or local boards. More specifically, how it relates to 550 Hall Street lease, One Innovation Drive lease, legal advice pertaining to employment matters associated to Mattaway third-party review. And do I have a mover, please? Councillor Degree, second by Councillor Andrew Dick. All in favor? We are now enclosed at 8:35. Thank you, Council and staff, for hanging out. Welcome back. Council is coming back from closed, and to report that Renfrew Town Council provided instructions to legal counsel on proceedings with a claim of fraud, fraudulent misrepresentation, breach of the duty of good faith, etc. with regards to pertaining to a civil litigation from the Mattaway third-party review. And out of that, we have a couple of motions. The first motion is that Renfrew Town Council direct the CAO to report back to Council and the public on April 23rd, 2024 with regards to a preliminary action plan to address the findings of the third-party review and to extend the mandate of WCSC Consultants, Inc. to finalize the review of the project, including completion of their fraud investigation and detailed financial review. Mover, please. Councillor Legris, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Any questions? All in favor? That's carried. The second motion, I would like to ask for a recorded vote on this, please, clerk. That Renfrew Town Council direct the town clerk to notify the Ontario Provincial Police of a pending complaint pertaining to the Mattaway third-party review with instructions to WCS Consultant, Inc. to provide all materials to the OPP upon completion of the ongoing fraud investigation no later than June 30th, 2024. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Legris. And I will ask for a recorded vote.
Mayor Sidney, as you requested it, I'll start with you. Mayor Sidney?
In favor.
Councillor Legris?
In favor.
Councillor McWhorter?
In favor.
Councillor McDonald?
In favor.
Councillor Sobalski?
In favor.
Councillor Andrew Dick?
100% in favor.
Revimo?
I'm in favor.
Unanimous vote, it is carried.
Thank you very much, Council. Moving on to the third and final motion, that Renfrew Town Council direct staff and legal counsel. I'm dying. I'll read that over again. That Renfrew Town Council directs staff and legal counsel to prepare updated leases with Delorier Custom Cabinets, Inc. for 550 Hall and One Innovation as outlined in closed session on April 9th, 2024. Mover, please. Councillor Legris, seconded by Councillor McWhorter. Any questions? I think I'm dead again. Yeah, we're running out of juice here.
We need a motion to extend, or just unanimous?
I'm done. Oh. Moving on to bylaws. Oh, come on here. That bylaw listed on the agenda of April 9th, 2024 be taken as read and passed. 35-2024 encroachment agreement, 314 Raglan Street South, Rocky Mountain House Restaurant. Bylaw 36-2024 zoning bylaw amendment, 249 Raglan Street South, Post Office. 37-2024 corporate teams terms of reference. 38-2024 procedural bylaw amendment, committee of the whole. 39-2024 council appointments and amending bylaws. And 40-2024 confirming bylaw. A mover, please. Councillor McWhorter, seconded by Councillor Legris. Any questions?
What about the post office?
It's there.
Yeah, but I can't. How about I just don't vote on any of them?
Or just vote on the bylaw separately for the
Post office?
Okay, we'll do that now. So
Okay.
we'll vote first on bylaw 36-2024 zoning bylaw 249 Raglan Street South, the post office, just to confirm that Councillor Andrew Dick did file a conflict. So all in favor? Carried. Opposed? I'm making note that Councillor Dick did not vote. And then the other bylaws as read, can I have a mover for those? Councillor Andrew Dick, second by Councillor Legris. Any questions? That is carried. Thank you, Council. All in favor? Sorry. It's getting there. Upcoming meetings, regular council meeting April 23rd, 2024 at 6 p.m. and committee of the whole May 7th, 2024 at 10 a.m. And with that, Council, I thank you for a great meeting. It is 10:02. We are now adjourned.